Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Kiran, this will cross-cut from different chapters of Bipin Chandra. Good evening. I'm audible and visible. Yes, great. So, interesting set of things. Yes, Bhumika, any day, no issues. Pranay, as we go on, I will discuss that with you. Don't worry about it. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. We have an important set of topics to do, which is constitutional development. This is the most important, at least one question, 2-3 years for sure, and generally important for you. Second, we will then start a very important concept, social religious reform movement. Most probably we'll talk about what's called legislative reform, and then we'll go into revivalism and reformism. Tomorrow we will finish social religious reform movement. Thereafter enter into peasant and tribal. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday we will do 1857. And once we have reached 1857, we are at halfway point. You refer to NCRTs and the concept of Bipin Chandra. That's it. If you can trust the PPTs also, don't have to worry in that sense. Good evening, good evening, good evening. 8th class, 12th class, part 3. Yes, Sunil. Yes. Yes, Akanksha, that is the one. The books provided by us. Okay. So, Friday, we discussed some previous year questions and we completed our journey with regards to economic history. Thereafter, we understood the concept of famines, then education policy. And the last thing which we did basically was to understand how all of this impacted the larger concept or philosophy of rule itself. You would have seen the questions which I gave you for the subjective test. So you would have seen that also. So you could make out what type of questions would be coming and can be made out of this area, both subjective and objective, which would have been uploaded in the weekend itself. But the basic point is, Sujay, I'll move to the just 2-3 more modules and then we can discuss mains questions. Don't worry about that. The most important discussion which was left that day, or something which we need to now start, is constitutional development. And I gave you a very important timeline, and today we will discuss before 1858 whatever constitutional development was: 1773, 1784, 1793, 1813, 1833 and 1853. These are very important. These are very, very important constitution or constitutional aspects, or what we call as acts, which were going to pertain to the East India Company. After 1858, whatever it is not going to be on the East India Company, but on the Crown. So, can we now discuss the concept itself? Can we do that? Great. So, first things first, how does the East India Company work? How does the East India Company work? Because then only we can understand that before 1773, how did the East India Company work? And when we talk about the East India Company's working before 1773, we already know that the most important body is the Court of, what we call as Court of Directors. The court of directors sit in England. The court of directors are answerable to the British Parliament. And the real power resides with the Crown because the Crown gives that power via the Charter Act. Basically, the monopoly which the court of directors have or the East India Company have is because of the charter which gives it a monopoly in the South Asian sector. Now he operates in India via the Governor of Bengal, and he has, by the time we talk about the first act itself, Governor of Bengal is there, Governor of Bombay also exists, and Governor of Madras is there. The three major presidencies, the three major areas which they control, which is Governor of Bombay, Governor of Bengal, Governor of Madras. Now basically these three are more or less equal to each other. They all have equal powers. Bengal means Calcutta, Madras and Bombay. Calcutta is in Bengal. So they have more or less equal powers and they all are answerable to the court of directors. But the most important personality or the preferred first among equals, if you want to say, would be the Governor of Bengal. And this person, the first Governor of Bengal, would be Robert Clive. So before 1773, this is the basic structure. You have others, but they are not important to our story. You have Monroe, you have Lawrence, but the basic point is Robert Clive was the first Governor of Bengal and they exercise power in this specific way. And the basic point of the matter is that power is concentrated with the court of directors, which this part is in England and this part is in India. This is the Indian part and this is the England part. Indian subcontinent and England. So first you tell me, do you understand this structure? Do you understand this structure? You do? This concept very, very clear. Now, there's a problem. The problem is that by 1773, after getting the Diwani rights, the company ceases to be, the court of directors are not part of the parliament, they are answerable to the parliament. This is the whole private body which exists. But they have to be answerable to the parliament because the power of the charter comes from the crown. Now, Diwani rights have been given, and by 1773, 1772, when Warren Hastings will land in India, the problem is very simple. The East India Company ceases to be a commercial body, but rather now has administrative powers, and technically it has become a territorial power. So the Diwani rights, which give them the Diwani of Bengal, the right to collect taxes from Bengal, Bihar, Orissa. By 1773, they have a problem because now East India Company, a private company, technically has territory in its control. So the parliament now starts to feel that Robert Clive has become too out of hand. He is technically, literally, Clive started as a beggar, but now had become a literal lord in England. And the East India Company stock is held by a lot of the MPs also. That is also true. The court of directors are chosen by the shareholders, to lead the whole system. But the East India Company stock is held by MPs also, and they believe that Clive is acting very ruthlessly. And as it is in 1769, 70, there had already been a famine in Bengal. So basically, the parliament believes that too much private trade is happening, too many problems. So they say that now comes the time to regulate the East India Company. The time has come to regulate the East India Company, and that is why the first act is called what? The first act which we discussed today is called what? It's called Regulating Act of 1773. So basically the act which they say is called Regulating Act of 1773. Now you get the logic of the word regulating. Why it's called regulating? Because they said that we now need to regulate the East India Company. Too much power. There are multiple provisions within the Regulating Act, but there are certain provisions which are very, very important for you. We'll read the provisions, but I want you to understand the first major concept itself. So if everybody is with me, everybody is ready, can we now discuss Regulating Act major provisions? Because smaller provisions don't matter to me. Court of Director means not the East India Company stockholders. The Court of Directors is the administrative body created by the stockholders to control the East India Company. Okay. Now this is going to be passed by the British Parliament. This is going to be passed by the Parliament itself. And basically it will not touch anything in the England sector. Here they will not touch anything. So in the English sector or England sector, do not change anything. Do not change anything. However, they will change the structure in India. And the structure is very, very interesting and important, because what they do is that they now elevate one of these governors to become what is called Governor General. And this period, the word which we use for this period is called legislative centralization. Now you see why it's called legislative centralization. What is going to happen is the Governor of Bengal is going to become Governor General of Bengal. And basically now the two governors, Governor of Madras and Governor of Bombay, will technically be made subordinated to the Governor General of Bengal, because that is their stronghold. That is their stronghold. They don't have any other territory at this point of time as properly sorted out as the Bengal sector. So therefore, there is this process what is called subordination of the governors to Governor General. And that is why we believe that the first Governor General of Bengal is Hastings. Warren Hastings will become first Governor General of Bengal. I'll give you the list later, don't worry. But you understand the structure first. Now what this is called, what this process is called, everybody is with me till this point? You understand subordination? That they basically report to the Governor General of Bengal. Yes? Now, what does this concept mean? This concept is called legislative process of legislative centralization. What do you mean by process of legislative centralization? Which is that basically power was dispersed before this. Power was dispersed before this into three sectors: Bombay, Bengal, Madras. But now power flows only into one direction, which is Governor of Bengal. So basically the process of the subordination is technically the process of legislative centralization beginning. So in India, from 1773 to 1858, there's legislative centralization. And thereafter, from 1861, there will be legislative decentralization, which is power will be given back to Bombay and Madras. But right now, there is concentration of power into Governor of Bengal. Are you getting the point? What is called legislative centralization? Basically, all power now resides in this body, which is the Governor General of Bengal. Everybody has to tell me this. Then I go to the next major provision. Next major provision. Yes? Yes. Very good. Now, because he has now a lot of activities to do, the Governor of Bengal or Governor General of Bengal is now given a council of 4 members. This council will help him in decision making. And basically, the Governor General of Bengal will have like a committee. So it is Governor General of Bengal plus 4. This is now technically called the Government of India. This is called the British Government of India. These 4 people, along with Governor General, are now the decision-making body of anything which happens in India. So together they become the most important structure in Bengal. And Bengal is Calcutta is the capital in a way. So this is like your Prime Minister and your Parliament, which is Governor General of Bengal has a real power, and he has a small council which he consults to take any decision. So the first process which we discussed was the process of legislative centralization. And the second process is the fact that there is now a council which helps the Governor General of Bengal to take decisions. The conflict, obviously, Governor General of Bengal is going to prevail. But still the problem is that he will start to feel a little bit undercut. You will see that by the next act, something will change. First is Governor General of Bengal plus 4 and legislative centralization, the 2 major features at this point of time. Clear, everyone? Regulating Act. Now, the last feature was that under the Regulating Act, the Supreme Court was to be established at Calcutta in 1774. And you know this Supreme Court, we already discussed about it. But if I had to again explain it to you, simple point, the structure is of equal status of decentralization. The Indian part is changed, but not the English part. And here the Governor General of Bengal has all discretionary power. And now there is legislative centralization in the form of subordination of Governor of Madras and Bengal or Bombay to the Governor General of Bengal. And he has now been given a body for decision making along with the Supreme Court, which has now been asked to be created so that there can be criminal justice also in India. If this basic point is clear, I'll read it out to you and then we consolidate again. Everyone? Yes? Great. So let's do one thing. Let's read it out. So what was happening? Governors like Clive Hastings wanted formal constitutional relationship with the crown. Immediate cause was the company's application for a loan. People thought that if there is a loan which the company is taking, there is an issue. There's a select committee which will be appointed in 1772. And basically no direct control was being contemplated, but about regulation was. Classy misgovernance and corruption was quite a lot. Proper judicial administration was not there. Gifts and pleasantries, we know they looted Bengal literally. And there was a person called Edmund Burke, who a major thinker in England, and he claimed that it is the duty of the parliament to superintend the affairs of the company. So now the company is becoming bigger than what it is. and the parliament is becoming a little bit nervous. And you will see each of these acts is a progressive control increase on the concept of the East India Company. Decentralization means when the power is in one hand. Decentralization means when it is dispersed to multiple hands. Now, it designated the Governor of Bengal as Governor General of Bengal, first point, and created an executive council of 4 members to assist him. This is the second point. Together, his executive council and him are the ones which become the most important body itself. Warren Hastings becomes the first Governor General of Bengal. Now the most important, see, it made the governors of Bombay and Madras subordinated to the Governor of Bengal. These 3 presidencies were independent to each other. However, now they report to Bombay. It also asked for the Supreme Court of Calcutta to be formed in 1774. The company employees were now asked not to do private trade and not take bribes. Simply, it strengthened the control of the British government over the company, acquiring the court of directors a little bit of control. And now, revenue, civil and military affairs of India need to be reported to the government of the British or the British government in England. So basically, this is a now starting, there's a little bit of what we call as uneasiness which people develop with the East India Company. And this act was about bringing them into regulation, regulating it. So again, I will repeat simple point. There are 3 basic changes or 4 basic changes happen. Governor of Bengal becomes Governor General of Bengal, and he now has a 4-member executive council. Plus, there is Supreme Court which has to be formed in 1774. Plus the fact that Governor of Bombay and Madras are now subordinated to Bengal. And if you want to add this point, East India Company Court of Directors now have to report company affairs to the parliament. So imagine basically a company like Tata becomes too big. So therefore they try to regulate it. They change the structure of the company itself. They then go for subordination, and they also say that you tell us what is happening in India. This is the British government, means the crown basically, or the British parliament in that sense. So simple point, again repeating myself through the basic point. This is what the East India Company used to look before the 1773 Act. And now basically they've changed the whole structure into this, which is Court of Directors remain. However, in the Indian sector, legislative centralization has begun, which is the concept of centralization of power into Bengal. There are executive council which is there. This one is the executive council, EC, and the governor of Madras and the governor of Bombay have now got subordinated, and the court of directors now need to report to the East India Company activities to the parliament. I'll make these 2 structures together before 1773 and after 1773. Simply court of directors remain the same. Court of directors, court of directors. Here it was governor of Bengal, governor of Bombay, and governor of Madras. But now there is only the Governor General of Bengal, and these two come under the Governor of Bengal. So Bombay Governor and Governor of Madras basically are now under him. He has a 4-member body which is called the Executive Council. Now, does it make sense? Can we learn this and then move forward? British government in England means the British Parliament, and British government in India means this: Governor General of Bengal plus EEC. Prior to 73, the court of directors were answerable to the Parliament. Not that much. Not that much. Not that much. It was a private body. Nobody really cared. It's only after the Diwani rights that they become very conscious of it. Can I now tell you how to learn these provisions, and then we move on to the next one? It's just a gradual progression. Everyone, come on. Can we learn this? How do you remember it for the examination? Now, the way you learn it for the examination is via what are called codes. So, for example, if I had to make a code for this exact thing, this will help you in polity also. 73 LC SC GGB plus 4 technically will be a code which will tell you each and every major provision. How? 73 is the Regulating Act. This is legislative centralization. This is Supreme Court. And this is Governor General of Bengal plus 4 EC members. So basically, yeah, the act was passed to control the growing power. So can you learn this for the exam? Does it give you the basic snapshot of the three major provisions? Yes? Perfect. Now the problem is that this will basic legislative centralization, the process of Governor of Bengal and Madras getting centralized into Governor General of Bengal. Supreme Court has been formed in 1774, and Governor General of Bengal is a new position which is created with 4 members of Executive Council. There's nothing here. You just have to remember this basic point. Nothing more, it's not even complex. There's nothing here. Can I move forward to Pitt's India Act? Okay. Now, very simply, what happens is that a new prime minister comes to power in England, and his name is Pitt the Younger. William Pitt the Younger. No member in this is Indian. Don't fool yourself. Obviously, they will never give Indians any power in this whole structure. Zero. Nobody is an Indian in this. So, Ravindra, your innocence of finding an Indian is ill-found. There will not be an Indian for a very long time in this whole structure. Okay. Even ICS, no Indian. Pitt's India Act, 1784. So in 1783-84, the British Prime Minister becomes William Pitt the Younger, and he technically did not like the East India Company's power, because by 1784, yes, but later, I am talking about 1773. I know that Satyendra Nath Sinha will become. I know that Subhash Chandra Bose will become. Listen to what I am saying. So, I am saying right now, till 1947 is a different story altogether. Right now, we are in 1773 and then in 1784. Is there any problem till this point? That in 1773, the whole machinery is European. So then why are you trying to confuse yourself? So I know that you know that it is Satyendra Nath Sinha. Very good, perfect. Now listen to me. Pitt's India Act of 1784. William Pitt the Younger doesn't like how the East India Company is becoming more and more powerful, because by 1784 they basically have a lot of power. Which are the wars which had already happened by this point of time? By 1784, they were technically controlling the Carnatic sector. Bengal was already fully subordinated. The Mysore wars had started to happen. The basic point is that now India was becoming more and more a prized possession for the British Crown, and the revenue from India was now starting to get a very significant amount, a very, very significant amount. So now Pitt the Younger says that this court of directors are, these 5 people who are sitting in the court of directors are too powerful, are too powerful. So now Pitt will not touch India, but rather change the structure of the East India Company itself, which is that before this act, before 1784, what is the structure? You have court of directors, then you have the Governor General, the Governor General of Bengal, and thereafter you have the Governor of Madras and the Governor of Bombay, and he has 4 members. Yes, this is the structure which we saw, which will be between 1773 to 1784. This is the structure, yes or no? I want everybody to please become a part of this. You learn it here, you will not have to learn it anywhere else. Okay. Now comes the act, Pitt's India Act. And what Pitt does is, he says court of directors are managing both commercial functions and both administrative plus territorial plus the political decisions. Basically, because the Indian sector is becoming more and more complex, the same body is controlling commercial, same body is controlling general administration. Is it ever good to have revenue and general administration together? The same body has revenue also and has the general administration also. No, this is called separation of power. So what he does is that via the Pitt's India Act, he creates one more body which is called the Board of Control. And now the East India Company structure looks like this, which is these 2 bodies together will now govern the Board of Control. Now will now govern the East India Company in England. So we call this BOC and we call this cash on delivery, COD. So Court of Directors and Board of Control. Now there's a dual control in England. So let me now revise the structure. The revised structure basically is Board of Control. The Board of Control plus the Court of Directors, the COD, together govern the Governor General of Bengal plus 4 Executive Council, and thereafter Governor of Bombay and Governor of Madras. So basically, the change happens in England. And why is this significant? Because they divide the functions also. Board of Control and Court of Directors have divided functions, which is general administration, political decisions, thereafter rather political matters or political affairs, the concept of administrative control, military conquest, and the Court of Director only, I'm coming to this, this will change, I'm coming to that. The only change, he will be that all commercial functions are with court of directors. Now tell me, have they increased the power of the court of directors or decreased the power? They've literally decreased the power. So basically, political functions and the commercial functions have been separated. However, by 1784, which function is increasing, political or commercial? No one has crown men appointed by the parliament, but no crown men. The political is becoming more and more important because India, they are expanding. Commercial will be consequent to it, but controlling Bengal is much more important than just controlling the trade. So now the major change in this moment is that they changed the structure of the East India Company itself. This was the first change. One more change which was added to the story was that 1 plus 4 is how much? 1 plus 4 is 5. It's an odd number, even number. It's an odd number. So in odd number, 3 plus 2 can happen. So now the Governor General was getting irritated by the way 3 members could be against him. So what they did was that they reduced it by 3. They made it 3. They reduced the members to 3 members. So they took one away. So that now how much does it become? From 5 it becomes 4. 4 is even. And now when it is even, basically Governor General can prevail anytime. So there are 2 major changes which happen in this story, which is the Board of Control and the Court of Directors which are formed. And second, that the Executive Council, there's a reduction by 1 member and the reduced number of members is 3 members, basic point. And this was again 5-4 because the 3 members could outnumber even the Governor General. Even if the Governor General has a veto, as an extra vote, still it was deadlock, 3 plus 3. Now Governor General can prevail easily. If the Governor General easily prevail, because if there are 4 and if he has an extra vote, basically he can prevail. Before this it was 5 or 6. Simple point is 3 plus 2 people could block the Governor General. Now the Governor General cannot be blocked in decision making because it's an even number which includes him itself. So 1 member will for sure be with him, and the 3rd member, if he does not agree, he will just use his extra vote in that sense. So the logic is to keep it even. Even keeps it the Governor General way, and the power of the Executive Council is not too much. So when we talk of the Pitt's India Act, the context is very, very simple. The context is that simply the act was a stepping stone of British rule in India, whilst the Parliament is now going to fully control the way the East India Company is more or less operating. Named after the British Prime Minister William Pitt the Younger. The 1781 small regulation, there was an amending act to the 1773. Nothing really happened. That is why we don't study it. The tussle between provincial governor and Governor General will obviously be there, legislative centralization. It reiterated the supremacy of British Parliament over the company by saying that at the end of the day, you are a company which is a British company and you are not above the British Crown. You're not above the British Crown. It ordered for the creation of a board other than the Court of Directors. And now there will be only 3 members, and including the Commander-in-Chief of the Army itself. And now they will separate the functions of the company itself. So simple point is, Court of Directors will only deal with the commercial affairs, while the Board of Control will control the military, civil, political, and even revenue affairs. Basically, revenue collection was with the board of control only. Only the trading part was with the court of directors. Basically, court of directors has been made useless. And the members which are there, the 4 members, are all part of the British Parliament, and not part of the Crown, but a part of the British Parliament. So they are getting nominated by the Parliament into the board of control. So the real power is with board. It is still a private body, but the real power is with which? Board of control or court of directors? Real power. It is with the board of control. Board of control actually controls everything. Simply, I will again reiterate this and again try to do it. Simple point is, now there is a dual control in England. Board of control, court of directors. Now they control the Governor General of Bengal, plus he has now only 3 members. He still has the Governor of Bengal and the Governor, not Bengal, Governor of Bombay and the Governor of Madras under him. Simple. Board of control is the body in which the government appoints members, and it controls everything from political to revenue to military to administrative. And the only thing which the COD controls is trade, which is an insignificant part by this point of time. Commander-in-Chief of the army itself. So I hope that you are able to understand this new change. Everyone, make sense? Everyone, come on, because then I give you the code to learn it. Yes, I'll give you a summary in the end. Don't worry. I hope everybody is following this progression. There's a rising control of the Parliament. Are we able to imagine this? That the East India Company is becoming bigger and bigger, and therefore the British Parliament is becoming more and more nervous that the East India Company is becoming technically like a parallel power itself. So how do you learn this whole structure? Simple point. You will remember 84 BOC COD GGB plus 3. So we have now learned 2 codes, and I'll tell you how to remember the codes itself. Simple. The first code was what? 74 LCSC GGB plus 4, and now it is 73 84 BOC COD GGB plus 3. Basically, we added the 2 major changes into the whole system. Here, there is a reduction of 1. And if you want to ever remember these 2 acts, 73, if you add 1 to each one of them, how much do you get? 84. So 7 plus 1 is 8. 3 plus 1 is 4. So you don't need to even remember that it is 1773 and 1784. That is the trick to learn the basic change here. Plus 1 plus 1. 1 member taken away, and 84 BOC COD GGB plus 3. Are these codes making sense? I hope it's helping you, because this is something which comes in polity also, right? Okay, perfect. Now come the Charter Act, but I need to discuss something with you. Is everybody with me till this point? Then we discuss the concept of charter first, and then we'll discuss Charter Acts. Great, perfect. Now, what is the charter? The charter is basically a royal order. It's a permission of the East India Company, not the East India Company, permission of the Crown of England, and therefore in a way the Parliament, which gives monopoly to the East India Company in the Indian Ocean, in the Indian Ocean, or anything east of, Cape of Good Hope, anything Cape of Good Hope. So basically, there is no competition from any other British company or trader. If the ship has the two flags, which is first the Union Jack and the second the East India Company flag, these two flags have to be there to technically operate the east of Cape of Good Hope or the African coast. Is this clear? Is there anybody having any problem? We discussed this in quite a lot of detail when we discussed the concept of the East India Company coming into India. There's no problem here. Now I'll give you a very simple example. I'll give you a simple example also. We'll just I've repeated it, but I'll still give you a simple example. There's a port in Bombay and there's a port in China, which is, for example, called Canton. Canton is a Chinese port. Now there are 70 ships of East India Company and 7,000 ships of British private merchants. British private merchants. These are non-East India Company. So how many ships can come to Bombay? Nothing, XY, nothing at all. Very good. Only the 70 East India Company ships can come. Very good. And at Canton, the Chinese port, how many can come? Again 70, because East India Company has a monopoly. And simple point is that these merchants, they are not allowed to operate in East Indies, or what we call as Asia. There's a proper monopoly, and the two monopolies is called the Indian monopoly and the Chinese monopoly. These are the two basic monopolies which really matter. So now you are seeing the Charter Act in its true form. I hope now Charter Act is not a problem. Now basically what happens is that between 1784, 93, 1813, there's a new concept developing in Europe based on one thinker. You know the thinker who changed economics forever? I'll read it out, Yuvraj, don't worry. First understand. I'm not even discussing 1793 right now. I'm just discussing charter with you. Very good. During this period, there will be a person called Adam Smith who will become very, very important. And he'll write a book called The Wealth of Nations. And in The Wealth of Nations, a book written by Adam Smith, what is called Smithsonian or Smithian Notions of Economics, he will say that government intervention into trade is a bad thing. And basically, there should be free trade. Free trade means let the market decide the players, losers and winners. Basically, the state should never be involved, and this you would have heard in some way or the other called laissez-faire trade. Laissez-faire trade, which is the laissez-faire is nothing but French for free trade. And this idea is now developing. And technically the concept of non-interference into trade is now going to become an important concept. And now if this is the free trade lobby is going to develop, would they be really happy about this arrangement that only 70 ships can go and 7,000 ships can't? They won't be. They will literally hate the concept that the economy of India, the market of India and the market of China, only one company can access. Only one company can access. And now there will be a rising pressure on the parliament to do something about it. However, in 1793, they don't touch this privilege. In 1793, they don't touch this privilege. However, they add a concept that now we will review this discussion or we will review this charter or this privilege every 20 years. And that is why you would have seen that now charters will repeat at 20 years, 1793, 1813, 1833. They will say that we want to hold on to this concept as of right now. Both monopolies will remain, but we will review this decision every 20 years now. Every 20 years now. So though the Charter Act of 1793 did not take away any monopoly, but the most important concept which has emerged right now is that now the company will be holding this privilege for 20 years and we will review it in 1813 again. So the first change is that the charter is now coming under attack. But by 1793, the Bengal sector was producing a lot of money. So the British Parliament said that why should we stay away? Why should we stay away? They don't touch the structure at all. But you see this provision. They say that after paying all expenses, interest, dividend and salary, the company should transfer 5 lakh pounds to the British government. 5 lakh pounds is a very big amount. So basically, the hands of the East India Company were already in ghee or in oil. The British government said, thoda hum pe bhi sprinkle kar do. That you also sprinkle some on us. You are getting so much revenue out of India. You give something to us also. So they said, once you've done everything, once you paid off everything, 5 lakh pounds you transfer to the Parliament. This would account for what in larger economic history for us? This would be under what? Home charges. So it is technically a channel of what? It's a channel of drain. Very good. So now you understand why we were technically paying for our own colonization. So the British government now got, the British government, when I say British government, I mean England, now got another receipt, and that receipt is Indian revenue. So isn't this the East India Company coming more and more under the scrutiny of the Parliament? The Parliament is becoming more and more conscious of the power of the East India Company, and they said that you give us something out of this. Why is that you enjoy everything? Why we can't? So now it's about the concept of enjoying. It's about the concept of enjoying, that we should also get something out of this whole story. So the first point, you get it, 20 years is a good period of time. That's the basic point. The simple point is, first point is, this payment is in cash, UPI, commodity, doesn't matter to us. That is an immaterial aspect here. Most probably it is in cash transfer. But the basic point of the matter is that 1793, the company simply now has to transfer some money to the parliament. Now, is this point clear? Can I move to the next? Because there's no structural change. That is, I'm not making any flow chart. I'll give you the code, but you understand the basic concept. Now, the second point is that now for the appointment of anybody, be it governor, governor general, or be it commander in chief, royal approval is needed. Crown appoints or approves the person. So now again, you see how the parliament is saying, you tell us who you are sending as the governor generals and the governors. Senior officers could not leave from India without taking permission. The company was now given the license to also take in what are called Indian contractors. Basically, the company can employ Indians for it, and the purpose of that technically was opium. Because they had to send opium to China, they said that the company can have contractors under it who can trade for them. Revenue for judicial function, or what we call as revenue administration, should be removed from judicial administration. And now you see the basic point. The home government members were to be paid out of Indian revenue. Basically, what is happening in this act is very interesting. Can we discuss the provisions in a little bit more detail? Come on, can we discuss it in more detail, but through a flow chart now? Because if you read it, it will actually make no sense. See, what is the 1793 Act? The Charter Act of 1793, what does it do? It doesn't change anything. The BOC exists, the COD exists. Both together control the Governor General of Bengal plus 3 members. And he has control over the Governor of Bombay and Governor of Madras. Now, the simple point of the matter is that what they have decided is that everybody's salary of all members will be paid out of Indian revenue. All appointments should be approved by the crown, and the board of control will transfer 5 lakh pounds to the British Parliament. So if you look at it, they rather consolidate this concept, and they have to now give more to the parliament. Now you will say, what is the interest of the East India Company, or why would the East India Company do it? When the government of India today tells any company to do anything, do they do it or they don't do it? If government of India says to Tata that you do this, you think that Tata will not do it? So as much as the East India Company would not like it, they have to do it. Yuvraj, I'm answering you only. That basic point is that as much as they like it or they don't like it, obviously the East India Company does not like it, but they have to give this money to the parliament. So now it's about cut the cake and give it to everyone. केक कटेगा, सब में बंटना चाहिए. It should be going to everyone, not to just the East India Company shareholders. If it's about that, now basically they want the money to be transferred to the crown also, or to the parliament also, as a form of receipt. What if they don't do it? They will, as it is, they will destroy the company. The company, it's again not modern notions of democracy. If the British Parliament wanted it, if the crown wanted it, they can crush the East India Company at any point of time. It's 1780s and 1790s. No one cares. They will take over the whole company. So they have to oblige at the end of the day. All this is technically what? All this is technically drain of wealth. It's drain of wealth. So simple point of the matter is, India was now becoming the cash cow for the British. For the British. If the COD earns money, do this also. You are going into technicalities. You are going into the technicalities. Yes, both of them transfer. It is basic income of the East India Company. Can I make the code? Because this is not one of the most important acts. Rather, it is the 1813 one. No, before this, there was no direct transfer. Remember, before this, no direct transfer of revenue to the parliament. This is very, very clear. This is technically a proper legal setup which has been done. So how do you remember 1793? Basically, it's about, yes, getting more and more involved into that story. Governor General of Bengal is controlled by the BOC and the COD both. It's not just BOC, it's COD both. Now, here you remember 93, 5 lakh pound, Parley power, and this should basically suffice for the larger concept. You don't have to go and write each and everything down. The two things is, Parliament's power is increasing because of the crown appointment and the transfer. If you want, you can add one more to it. 93, 5 lakh pounds. Parley means Parliament, power up. Salary, India. Or you make it even more simplified. 93, 5 lakh pound. Parley up. Sign or sign. Salary, Indian. So we've done 3 codes. I'll consolidate the codes also for you. We've done what? 73 LCSC GGB plus 4, 84 BOC COD GGB plus 3, and now we've done 93 concept of 5 lakh pound, Parley up, salary, India. Is this making sense, everyone? 3 codes, consider 3. Yes? Now come, if this is clear, we do the most significant of all of them, 1813 and 1833. Clear, everyone? Come on. Perfect. Okay. Nowadays, no company directly transfers to the government of India. Does not takes from the public, not private. Okay, public exchequer, not the private. For example, the public-private company, PSUs transfer money, not private company. It's a purely private company. Now comes the 1813 Charter. The question has again now been or technically has come up in the parliament. What do we do with they can ask you a mains question. Why not? They can ask you. I'll tell you what question they will ask you, not this. I'll tell you what they will ask you. They'll not ask you discuss the provisions of. They will discuss the larger connotation of what is happening. I will discuss that with you. Don't worry. So 1813, there will be a major change. which is that finally the free trade lobby will prevail and Indian monopoly will be lost. Will be lost. Indian monopoly will be gone, and however, China will remain. China will remain. Again, Bombay and Canton, which is China, 70 ships, 700 ships, 7,000 ships. East India Company, non-East India Company. After Charter Act of 1813, what is going to happen? What is going to happen? At Bombay, how many ships can come? Very good. 70, which is 7,000 plus 70. However, Haveli will go to Canton. Very good. Still 70. Basically, Bombay is now open to everyone. Bombay is now open to everyone. Every Indian trade, every British trader, anybody can now come to Bombay and trade. However, Chinese monopoly is still intact. Chinese monopoly is still intact. And this was technically going to be reviewed after 20 years. It's going to be reviewed after 20 years. And as it is, in 1833, they will lose in China also. Now, other than this, no structural changes in the government of India or the structural changes in the East India Company. You already know 1 lakh rupees was allocated for what? Allocated for, very good, education. And this will in turn be the whole Anglicanist and Orientalist debate which we discussed on Friday. Who should get it? So 1 lakh rupees will be allocated for education. It will also now allow missionaries to operate in India. For the first time, missionaries can officially come and settle in India. So first change is this, second change is this, third change is this. Very significant in the larger context. And the other minor changes will be in the percentage of how much dividend is going to be given. Dividend had already been decided at 5%. Now it will be increased to 10.5%. So the company's real revenue is now getting sucked into different channels. So if you look at the 1813 charter, under the pressure of new business interest and because of what Napoleon had already done to them via the Napoleonic Wars and the free trade agreement, free trade and the Adam Smith's concept will now prevail. Laissez-faire politics will prevail in India. And the company's monopoly over India is going to end. However, the tea trade and the China trade is going to still be intact. The companies will now give dividend of 10.5% rather than 5% previously. Why would they want 10.5%? Why would they want to give more dividend to the shareholder? You tell me. Why would you want to give, the company would like to give more dividend to the shareholder? Think of it like they're losing something, so it's there. Very good. Basically, they lost India. They lost India as the monopoly. So why will anybody buy a East India Company share now? So to make it more lucrative, to make it more incentivized, they said, no, we will give you more dividend now. Because we have lost one, we will go. This is basically called compensation. This is face saving. It's a compensatory move. Thereafter, the company has now retained, now see, look at the language. Monopoly means only one power. Look at the language. The company was to retain the possessions of territories and revenue for 20 years more without prejudice to the sovereignty of the crown. Thus, constitutional position of the British territories in India was explicitly defined for the first time. Though the board of directors has been expanded, this is a very significant point. This is very, very significant because for the first time, the crown says to the East India Company, you don't hold this territory in India. You hold it for me. You hold it for me. So they have now made it very, very clear that the company as an entity, if it holds India for the crown. So you can see how basically the parliament and the company crown are basically becoming more and more greedy. It's like so much territory. By 1813, they were consolidating most of India at this point of time. They were now getting more and more greedy. So they said that company thinks that they're too powerful. You hold territory in my name. So the ultimate controller or the ultimate control over this area is of mine. And this is very, very significant because for the first time, they have never said before this that you control territory for me. It was East India Company territory. So basically, the board of control, in a way, now becomes an extended arm of the crown. Are you getting my point? Are you able to understand the implication of this statement? Are you able to understand that? Very good. Now, it's all about lucrative concept. It's about lucration. Basic, simple point. In no acts before this, it was said that East India Company holds Bengal, Madras and Bombay in the name of the crown. It was always said East India Company territory. Now it says crown territory held by the East India Company. Are you getting my point? There's a difference. I'll tell you very simply. You have a car. That car you own is okay. But now you're showing it off to your friends and your father says, I have given you this car to drive. So who ultimately has power over that car? The father. So basically, the crown here is the father, saying that all that shosha you are doing in this car, this money you are getting out of it, all is good. Now you are technically holding this car for me. Or I am the ultimate owner of this car. Prejudice means that the crown will right now not push its sovereignty over it. It's technically now the question of sovereignty. Who has power control over it? They said East India Company can hold it, but the prejudice or the ultimate sovereignty is of the crown. Is this point clear? It's a technicality. It's not very specific. It's a technicality. Okay. Now, 1 lakh rupees for the revival promotion of literature, science and technology for the natives, as we know, education. Missionaries can come to India for the first time and preach Christianity. Separate account for the commercial transactions and the territorial transactions, which is that board of control and court of directors will have different accounts also. But one of the most significant one, which is subdued but significant, is this one. Regulations made by the Council of Madras, Bombay, Calcutta should be laid before the British Parliament. Once that is approved by the British Parliament, it becomes law. 10.5 dividend is to attract more people because they've lost a monopoly. Now, what does this mean? See, can I talk about the implication of that point? 1813, can we discuss that point and move to 1833? Okay. Now, Fleur, please understand this. See, board of control is there. Court of directors is there. Both control the Governor General of Bengal plus his 3 executive council. And thereafter, Bombay Governor and Governor of Madras. Now, simple point is 1813 as it is takes away Indian monopoly, gone. Indian monopoly gone. China still there. China still there. Missionaries can come, no issues. But a very interesting point here was that now both will have separate accounts. And the expenditure out of these accounts will be separate. Because what was happening was that Court of Directors were using the money of the Board of Control. The Board of Control were using the money of the Court of Directors. They were rising conflict. So they have separate accounts. But the most important point here is that, for example, the Governor General of Bengal, the Governor of Bombay, and the Governor of Madras, they have an act in mind. For example, there's one law which they want to pass here, two laws which they want to pass here, and there's one or three laws which they want to pass here. Previously, what used to happen was they pass it and the Executive Council says approved, it becomes law. Governor Madras says this is the act, regulation, it was law. But now what is going to happen is that this 3, 2 and 1 needs to be sent to the Parliament. Now these all acts will only become law. These regulations will only become law if Parliament approves. So only when the Parliament approves these acts and sends them back, it technically becomes an act. Imagine that every state, if it had to pass a law in its own territory, it had to send the act to the Parliament or the Lok Sabha. Only when the Lok Sabha agreed to it, then that act was considered to be passed. That we have that system also, wherein the President has power or discretionary authority with regards to certain acts which come through ultra vires and all. But basic point is, this is the basic concept here, that the East India Company now cannot even pass a law without showing it to the Parliament. So basically, before this, the Parliament was standing behind the East India Company. Now the Parliament is literally holding the neck of the East India Company and saying, you show me what you made, then only I will let you pass it. I will only let you make it a law once you show it to me. This is a significant change because this was not previously there. Parliamentary scrutiny, that's a very good way of saying that, Chaluvadi, that basically the East India Company is now becoming the French East India Company. That it is now having more and more crown intervention, parliamentary intervention, which is that they want to check what are they doing in India. So 1813, can I give you the code how you learn it? Very good. So how do you learn it? 13, write India and cross it. India gone. Thereafter 1 lakh education, missionary, law to Parliament. So how do you now summarize this? 13 India gone, 1 lakh Missy Lapa, or Lopa, whatever you want to call it, or Laura, whatever you want to call it. Simple point is, Indian monopoly gone, 1 lakh for education, missionaries can come into India, law has to be given to the Parliament. You can, if you want to add China, you can write China, why not? That's not an issue. This is basically undermining the supremacy of the East India Company. Perfect, yes. Are you getting my point? We add another code. I will give you the summary in the end. Then only we take the break after we finish this section. Can we move on to 1833? Yes. Now, when we talk about 1833, 1833 changed the Indian structure quite a lot. 1833 changed the Indian structure quite a lot, but which will change the nomenclature itself. So 1833, China will also be lost. Chinese monopoly will be gone. And now all 7,070 ships can go to China also. What is more interesting is that now the nomenclature will change in India, and Governor General of Bengal will now be designated as Governor General of India. The word India will be used for the first time in the designation of the Governor General, and he will have his 3-member executive council. But now the Governor of Bengal becomes a different position. For a very long time, Governor General of India was also the Governor of Bengal, but this is now a new position which has been created. New position which has been created. And basically now there can be 4, but at least 3 functionary for sure. And Governor General of India has now emerged as a very important concept. Very important concept. But what is even more significant is that now all of these governors have to send regulations and law to the Governor General of India before passing. And this is called the ultimate legislative centralization. This is why we call it legislative centralization. That the power of the presidencies is reducing, and the Governor General of India now becomes very important. All expenditure will happen under his name. All receipts will happen under his name. Everything will happen under his name. And now the parliament basically does not change the BOC and the COD. The parliament now has made the Governor General of Bengal into Governor General of India, and it will be considered as a very important designation for the rest of our story itself, because they will add another line to it in 1858, Viceroy, but it will still be called Governor General of India and Viceroy, separate issue altogether. But 2 major changes, one this, and one this. These 3 changes making sense? That the designation changes, I will give you the summary as it is. Designation changes, legislative centralization has now completed its process, and Chinese monopoly is also gone. Chinese monopoly is also gone. It's not about creation. By 1833, India had now come, Indian colonization was complete. Because by 1833, they're taking Punjab also. The reason they call it India now, because British India comes into existence. He is still answerable to the Board of Control and Court of Directors only. But the name has changed. It's only the designational change. It is not from Governor General of Bengal to Governor General of India. The designation changes, nothing more. Right? So this person will send it to the Board of Control and the Court of Directors, the laws, and that will go to the Parliament, will come back, and then will come back to the Governor General of India. I'll make that structure. Are you able to understand the basic changes? 3 basic changes. China gone, legislative centralization, designation. Then I'll give you the smaller details, and then we summarize everything. Governor General still under the company. Nothing changes here. Still under the company. Only name changes. From Vice President you become President. Nothing more. The name changes, the structure remains the same. Are you getting my point? I'm coming to this. First process is the change of name. Second process is the fact that there will be now Chinese monopoly gone. Third is much more significant, which is that now, before this, they used to see, before this, that individually used to send the parliament the acts. Now they will not send it to parliament, they will actually send it to the Governor General of India first, and he will send it to the parliament. He will send it to the parliament. See, you read the articles. The 20 years lease of the crown with regards to China was now fully gone. They will lose their Chinese monopoly. All restrictions of European immigration and acquisition of property in India will be lifted. This will pave way for proper colonization. Now plantations will develop. Now tea plantations will develop. The Nij system, the Rayate system will now start to sprout up even more. In India, a financial, legislative and administrative centralization of government were envisaged. The Governor General was given the power to superintend, control, direct all civil military affairs of the company. This is the Governor General of India. Bengal, Madras, Bombay, all were placed under the complete control of the Governor General of India. Complete control of the Governor General of India. And Bentic. And you have all revenues to be raised under the name of the Governor General, who has complete control on how he spends it. The governments of Madras and Bombay were, the power of the government of the Madras and Bombay were drastically deprived of legislative power and left with only the right to propose laws to the Governor General and not even pass them. A law member was now added to the Governor General's Council for professional advice with regards to how to make laws. And now the biggest joke of the century out of this. Biggest joke of the century. They said no Indian citizen was to be denied employment under the company on the basis of religion, color, birth, descent. However, we all know what was the reality in India, which is at the end of the day, this is called the joke of the century because they actually never went through with it. Actually, they never went through with it. They only said it in paper. And that is it. See, a lot of you are confusing yourself. The first Governor General of India is Bentic, not Warren Hastings. That is Governor General of Bengal. I'll write it down. The basic point is they will assert that we will not discriminate, but basically they are known for their discrimination. And the administrative steps will be taken for the abolition of slavery. I will discuss with you this provision when we'll talk about social justice reform movement. So how does the whole system work? Can I, in a way, give you the first summary of the charters and thereafter discuss the 1833 and then give you the code and then summarize all of them till this point? Don't Google it. Stop doing this very bad habit. I am telling you, when it is Governor of Bengal, it is Clive. When it is Governor General of Bengal, it is Hastings. And it is Governor General of India, it is William Bentic. Not Hastings. Hastings would technically not be alive by that point of time. So please stop Googling things. Governor General of India, Bentic. Last Governor General of India is a wrong statement itself. It would be last Governor General and Viceroy of India. That would technically be Mountbatten. But don't go to 1947 straight. Simple point is Clive, Hastings, Bentic. Can you remember this much? I was going to give you this list, but somehow there is an internal confusion which is being created within yourself. So I'm trying to give you the basic facts here. And basically, the first Governor General of India and Viceroy is going to be Canning, Lord Canning. These are the four basic points. Clive, Hastings, Bentic, Canning. Canning will come in 58. Now, okay, see, listen to me. Charter. Now I'm consolidating. Please, if you've missed anything, you please pay attention here. Can you remember this basic point? Charter, what is the status? You should never forget it. Never forget it. Very good. Now, as of 1833, what is the structure of Government of India or structure of the British in India? They have Board of Control, they have Court of Directors, they sit in England, they operate via the Governor or the Governor General of India now. He has an executive council of 3 members, but he has now one more member added who is the law member. Who is the law member who has to now make laws. So basically it becomes total 4 members now. So it's back to 4 again. But by this point of time, the Governor General of India's power is very, very high. He has veto with veto powers. Veto powers. Now, he operates in India via Governor of Bengal, Governor of Bombay, and Governor of Madras. Thereafter, the simple point, again, please, Governor, don't use word Viceroy. Please, Viceroy comes after 1857. Now, when it comes to lawmaking, all governors can only recommend and propose laws to Governor General of India. No law making power. The system is very simple. Now they propose something to the Governor General of India. He will then consult it with the Parliament. When it comes to laws, will be consulted. But basically the direct link between Governor of Bengal, Bombay and Madras is now fully gone. He becomes the real power center in India. Now is the structure clear, everybody? Is the structure clear? Yes? Great. Very good. Now, if we had to make a code for 1833, China gone, GG India, which is GGI, legislative centralization up, and simple point is that there is the concept of parliament also up. That is it. Only recommendatory authority, not even passing authority. So I'll write all the codes down together once we've done 53. So can I move to 1853 as the last major act which pertained to the East India Company? You can add, if you want to add, 1 law member, 1 LM if you want to write that. Okay. Now, the Charter Act of 1853 had 2 major concepts. First is that it's changed the strength or reduced the strength of the Court of Directors, more or less useless. But for the first time in 1853, there was no renewal date. Basically, there was no date mentioned that will we renew this charter, because charter is useless now. China already gone, India already gone. So basically there is no point of this charter itself. So there was no renewal date. The company will continue to hold the possessions till the Parliament says otherwise. That the Parliament says otherwise, that maybe later, whenever we want. And ironically, within 5 years of this act, the parliament will take over fully because of the revolt of 1857. The company's patronage concept, which is finally something which was recommended in 1833 but never implicated. Finally, in 1853, the ICS exam is going to become open competition. Open competition, now implemented. Previously, there was a provision, but there was never any implementation. Now fully implemented. Law member will become the full member of the Executive Council, but there's a new concept which is the councils will be divided. I'll show you what. So how does the 1853 Act change everything? And this is the last where we will stop. So pay attention. What they do is Board of Control is there, Court of Directors is there. They will reduce the number here, reduce the number of members. That is a very superficial thing itself. They will operate in India via the Governor General of India, and he will have under him the concept of Governor of Bengal, Governor of Madras, Governor of Bombay, and they are basically fully subordinated. But now there's a new concept which develops, which is this new concept, that the Governor General's Council become twofold. LC and EC, which is Legislative Council and Executive Council. And this is a very important change because before this, the same body was making the laws and implementing it. But now the Legislative Council will make the laws for India, Executive Council will implement it. So the structure at which we stop our story today is a story in which the Governor General of India has all the power in the Indian sector. The Board of Control is much more powerful than the Court of Directors in the way of power, and the whole governorship has now become useless the way it is today, which is that only as a position to hold, fully subordinated in the larger context, which is that, be it 1853, by this point of time, the real power resides in the Governor General of India. This is technically like like a mini parliament in that sense. Can we agree to this structure? Because we've come a very long way in that sense. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a break here. Then I'll give you the summary so that you can process it better. So you would be talking about 1935 Act, but you're writing it as 1835 Act. I understand the bhavana there, which is 1935 Act. When? So it is in 1935. We are in 1853. So this body will make the laws, and this body is going to execute the laws. So if I have your permission, I would like to just stop here and give you this structure. We take a break. When I come back, I discuss all codes with you and summarize everything for you. Right? Obviously not 1857 today or 1858. That's a separate discussion altogether. Done? Perfect. So it is what? It is 6:40. We come back at 6:50, and then this topic is over and we enter socio-religious reform movement. I want you to just process this, understand it, and I summarize everything in the next 20 minutes, everything, right? Summary I want to give you when you've processed it. Perfect. So you need a summary, I will give it to you. Just process this till this point. Great. So I'll see you in the next 10 minutes. process it, internalize it. I give you all summaries together because you're becoming a little bit wary. I can see your energy going a little bit down. I want it to be up again, right? Drink something. Let's be back. After summary, we do social religious reform movement. Very important topic. Welcome back. All acts are by Parliament only. Okay. Now, so for anybody who has, yes, Sachin, for anybody who has lost their track or have joined me late, now please pay attention. Let us do the first summarization. Can I do that, everyone? Do I have your undivided attention with regards to this? Yes? So what are the acts we have covered today? 1773, 84, 93, 1833, 13, 1853. 1853. Now, this is called Regulating Act. This is called Pitt's India Act. This is called Charter, and Charter. So all of these are Charter Acts. Now, let us try to summarize their basic features. 1773, first is Governor of Bengal becomes Governor General of Bengal plus legislative centralization as Madras and Bombay subordinated. Now, add to this Supreme Court is established and Governor General of Bengal has 4 executive members. Anybody has any issue with this story? This is Hastings. Yes, this is Hastings. Very good. Now, very good. So let us draw a line so that there is no issue here. Now, Pitt's India Act, and this slide is going to be very important for you. This is how you summarize. This is how you revise. This is how you learn modern India. You have Board of Control created with political, military, revenue, administrative, and general powers. Court of Directors limited to the commercial functions. Governor General of Bengal, Executive Council, 1 member, reduced to remove conflict. Any issue here? Don't mix it up to say BOD. Cash on delivery and BOC, Board of Control, COD. Remember it like COD, BOC, COD, BOC. Don't mix them up and make BOD. The BOD is an environment concept, the biological dissolved oxygen in water, that is BOD. Okay, very good. Okay, very good. Now, 1793. What are the important provisions? 1793 is 5 lakh pounds transfer to the Parliament. Question of monopoly and other than 5 lakh pound. Yes, very good. All appointments to be approved by Crown. The company officers cannot leave. And very good, salary out of Indian revenue. Great, perfect, great. Any other thing you want to add other than, see, minor points don't matter to me, basic points are important to my story. Very good. Yes, revenue is under Board of Control. Revenue meaning land revenue. The revenue out of trade is under the Court of Directors. Okay. Seat of Board of Control is in England. Now, the most significant change, Indian monopoly lost, China retained. 1 lakh rupees for education, and thereafter missionaries allowed, laws to be sent to the Parliament, and 10.5% dividend. And if you want separate accounts of BOC and COD. Any other thing? No? Very good. Tea trade means basically China trade. Very good. 1833, the most significant of all of them, which is Governor General of Bengal becomes Governor General of India. Thereafter, China monopoly lost. The law-making powers of Governor of Bombay and Madras and Bengal taken away. Thereafter, the all activities, revenue and expenditure in the name of Governor General of India. Right? Perfect. Now last is going to be law member. I'll add that, no issues if you want to add that. You have law member added. Now this is open competition plus legislative and executive council separated, and no specific year of renewal of charter. And this is the basic story. Is this clear? In one glance, we revise all of them. I'll give you the code words, but can we all agree to this? I hope you find this helpful. I'll give you the codes, don't worry. But first and foremost point is, are you able to summarize everything in one go itself? This is what we discuss, the first most important concept of constitutional development. Great. Now let's make the codes. Let's make the code and then change the topic. Aman, what is the question? I have not seen the question. Push it again. COD is being reduced. Okay. So what are the codes? First code is 73 LCSC GGB plus 4. It is 84 BOC COD GGB plus 3. Then it is 93 5 lakh transfer plus Parliament power up, salary power from India. Thereafter 13 India gone, mission 1 lakh, and the legislative centralization is complete. Not complete, but here we had gone for missionary 1 lakh India. What is the sign is here? What was the code we made for 13? What did we made with 13? I want to be consistent. Yeah, we made DAPA, which is Law to Parliament. LAPA. So you have 1 lakh LAPA, which is, and I'll tell you what it means also. Thereafter 33 China gone. Thereafter Governor General of India, legislative centralization high, and the Parliament power is high. That is the major change. And then 53 is going to be GGI, LC, Legislative Council, Executive Council, legislative centralization fully complete. And you can add this LC and this LC is different. Legislative Council and legislative centralization. So simple, yeah, you want to add law member here. Law member. Now I'll break it down for you again. Simple point. 73 legislative centralization, Supreme Court, Governor General of Bengal 4 members, COD, BOC, Governor General 3 members, 5 lakh pounds to be transferred, Parliament power starts to increase, salary from Indian rupees. Then India monopoly, China monopoly gone, missionaries enter, 1 lakh rupee. This is LAPA, means Law to Parliament. And thereafter, this is India. GGI becomes the most important, the first important person. Legislative centralization complete. This is legislative centralization at highest level, or full subordination if you want to say. And this is GGI, Legislative and Executive Council. Executive Council. You can make your own if you find mine to be a little bit low. And legislative centralization fully complete. Done, everyone? You can learn these codes and you can remember basic provisions in the examination. Any examination, anywhere. Done. Can we close this topic now? I would like to give you a mains question so that you understand what type of mains question is going to come. So mains question is going to be like this. The period between 1773 to 1850, 53 or whatever they write, and between to 1857 was the period of full, what is legislative centralization? 53 is full complete. 1773 to 1857 was the period of rising power of the parliament, but decreasing power of the provinces in India. Comment. 250 words. Comment 250 words. Can you write this answer? It's asking you two processes together. How parliament is basically increasing its power, but at the same point of time, the provinces in India, which is technically Bengal, Madras, and the Bengal, Madras, and Bombay sector losing power. So it's talking about legislative centralization and parliamentary scrutinization. Now, can we shift to the next topic and believe that from 1773 to 1833, there's a progressive taking away of power from the provinces? That is what is called as legislative centralization. Done. We have now discussed the larger concept here. After parliament is written, but. Simple point is, you have to just look at this slide and remember it. And if you can remember this slide, all major provisions have been covered. Any other provision you find in any random book is immaterial. For us, this is the major concept itself. Right? Okay. Can we move on to social religious reform movement, part 1? Can we do that? We're now shifting the theme itself. Now, a little bit of more attention, because we have to discuss something. Okay. Now, with regards to social religious reform movement, there's a concept, there are two parts to this story. One is called, so this is called in two parts. One is called legislative reform, and the other one is called the what we call as socio-religious reform by Indians. And basically, legislative reform is by the British, but this is by the Indians, in which we have the two revivalists and reformists, which I will discuss with you when I will reach that point. We'll discuss it today itself, which is revivalist and reformist. And we have to first discuss legislative reform. Tomorrow, Subhas. Now listen to me very clearly. First and foremost point is, why the concept of social religious reform? And we will discuss everything. We will discuss Hindu reform, we will discuss Muslim reform, Parsi reform, Sikh reform, we will discuss everything. We will discuss that. Prashant, it happened in both. It happened in all religions in India. So, basic point is, what was the point of all of this? And here comes basically the moral justification of British rule. And basically the British argued that we were barbarians. And we needed to be civilized. And had to learn the ways of the West. But the master stroke which the British played was that we said, no, we also have a very, very beautiful, very imperious, very powerful culture. So the British said that if any marker, the marker or the indicator of civilizational greatness and superiority, they said, is the condition of women in India or in that civilization. Now here comes the problem. Here comes the problem. I'm generically talking to you about it, that any civilization can be considered superior and better only if the condition of the women in that civilization is good. So the British said that, okay, if you are so superior to us and you don't need colonization and will not tell the world that we are colonizing you, then tell us what is the condition of your women. Tell us the condition of your women. And here the problem starts, because when it comes to women, India was the worst. Because it is the same country at this point of time in 19th century that something like sati prevails, where you literally burn a woman alive, where infanticide is, where you kill a child if it is a woman once it is born, by starvation or by killing it. Same country where dowry is. If you look at it, women's issue was not one, but multiple. From no access to education, no access to equality, to superstition around women, sati, no widow remarriage, child marriage, female infanticide, dowry system. We can go on. An ironic part of the story is that some of these issues still persist. But the British said that, okay, if this is the fact that you are a very proper civilization, then show us how your women are. And basically, we didn't have an answer. Which is that simply, the British showed us a mirror. They showed us a mirror, and that mirror only showed us an ugly picture. An ugly picture of a society which never ever gave respect to its women, which never ever gave any power to its women, not even economic access, and nothing at all. As much as you deny it, don't like it, don't want to hear it, that is the truth in India. The simple point of the matter is that in 19th century India, the British said, our justification for rule is that you are a civilization which only subordinates your women. Though the British are not any better, they have Victorian notions, there is also subjugation. But they will show us the mirror by saying that at least we don't burn our women. And the most important critique will come from missionaries. The missionaries will go on into the villages, will go on into the society, and the missionaries will start to point out that there is major barbarity when it comes to women. The basic point is that the British will reveal a major undercutting underbelly of Indian society, which was that women were in a very pathetic situation. And now the British got its moral justification. We gave them the moral justification to argue that yes, we are colonizing you because you are not a superior civilization, you are an inferior civilization to us because your women are a marker of that inferiority. It's a hypocritical statement, but it was true at that point of time, and Indians did not have an answer to that. And therefore, this is the context in which basically the British will create a lot of pressure or a lot of public opinion in Europe, in the world that India needs colonization because India does not treat its women in the right way. So are you able to understand that basically the way the British use this act, use this concept is to argue that we are here because you are barbarous. You are barbarous. Are you able to understand this? So, no denying that basically when it comes to our women, and not even when we talk about depressed classes, untouchability, exploitation, lack of education, poverty, lack of access to pilgrimage centers, lack of social mobility. If you look at it, the depressed classes, which is the lower varnas itself, and the lower caste and varnas itself, and women, India has no justification at all. No justification at all. So now it is in this context that the first intervention which came from the British. But there was a hesitation. There was a hesitation, and we need to talk about it. Are we able to agree to this point that there is a discourse which the British, or a discussion which the British create around the world in India and give us a report card which is only a big fail? Big fail. Prashant, we discussed it in ancient India. Not discussing it here. It's a big fail. Not even an F, minus 100 out of 100. Not even 0, minus 100. Now, the Orientalists, if you remember, were like, let it be, we are not here to do social change. We are not here to do social change. Whatever they do, let them do. We are here to exploit. Least intervention, no rebellion. Orientalists initially till 1830, the period of 1765 to 1813, they will literally not do anything. And even if they will do it, they will do it after a lot of hesitation, However, what will happen is that, yes, Jay, in a way, what will happen is that there will be a new force which will come to India in the form of the evangelicans. Evangelicans are nothing but Christian missionaries who will come to India and then start to say to the Orientalists that you are useless. That you are literally useless because you see that wrong is happening. You see that children are married. You see that women are being burnt. You see that children are being killed. But you still choose to not do anything. Still choose to not do anything. And now the tide will turn. The tide will turn when the utilitarians will appear in India. The utilitarians, or what we call as utilitarianism, or what we call as Anglicans, when they will appear in India, and they will say that we need to do the greatest good of the greatest number. But you got your justification for changing the system. So the utilitarians will basically use this justification to now change the whole structure of India itself. So when we talk about the discourse, Orientalists will say no intervention. The utilitarians will say maximum good of the maximum number, we need to reform. Let us use this moment to change India. And there will be debate over what should we reform or not. Should we reform or not? And whilst Hastings government will not do very cautious intervention, there will be a rising critique of the Orientalists that you need to modernize and westernize India. And once the evangelicals, the missionaries will start to attack Hindu superstition, adultery, every, not Hindu, Muslim, all. That will be the context in which now there was enough force to change something. So the British, though, were very, very cautious. When we talk about legislative reform, they very cautiously only touched 3 areas: infanticide, sati, and slavery. They did not touch anything else. Whatever was there thereafter was basically in the concept of we taking up initiative, which I will talk about. We taking up initiative. Now, the simple point of the matter here is that now let us discuss the early intervention. Are you able to create a chain of thought that how there's a critique which is given, thereafter Anglicanists, the Orientalists sit with this issue, but the utilitarians give the push to change things in India. Are you able to understand this concept? Because this is what will come in the examination. The British intervention into certain issues. Now, the first and the most important concept is, the first thing which they interfered in is called infanticide. Now, what does infanticide mean? So, fortunately, they don't have, we will discuss that reformist, revivalist concept we will discuss today. Now, infanticide basically simply means, fortunately, they did not have the technology at this point of time to check the gender of the child in the womb. So, once the child is born, if it is a girl child, female infanticide means that you kill the girl child either via poisoning or via the concept of starving or generally killing the child itself. This was a very, it's not womb killing is called foeticide. This is called infanticide. The unfortunate story of India is that still exists in India in some parts. But infanticide was a major issue, because we tend to create burden on families, or the whole social structure was structured in such a way that women were considered to be a burden on society, unfortunately, and that in turn led to the preference of the male child, and that manifested itself in the form of infanticide. Now, there is no justification, and if you're here to justify, then there's a problem in you itself. But there is no justification for infanticide. The British were cautious in their approach. In the sense that they did have efforts. For example, Jonathan Duncan tried to curb this via monetary compensation, that we will give you money if you have a girl child. William Carey, again a British officer, he consulted the Hindu Pandits about infanticide, and this is a very important concept which is there, that the British always checked that the concept or the practice did not hurt the religious sentiment. So what he technically checked, Abhinav, but the push comes from Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. They will intervene, but very late. which is that it always checked that is this something religious? And when William Carey was able to establish that it is not religious, that infanticide is not written anywhere, then they introduced a law in 1802, which technically outlawed infanticide or made it a criminal offense. However, in 1802, which area do the British actually hold on to? Which is the area which the British hold on to? 1802? Basic area. Only Bengal. Only Bengal. And if they're only controlling Bengal, then this act makes no sense only. Because a law passed in Bangladesh will not impact India. So a law passed in Bengal will thereafter have no importance or push in the other parts of India. We'll talk about Vidyasagar, we'll talk about Phule, we'll talk about everybody. Don't worry about that. So the public response is that the first custom they wanted to suppress was this infanticide concept. Only effective in Bengal. No real response from the people because the impact is zero. Very limited practice and limited application itself. Therefore, this act was just an eyewash. It's literally a drama, has no real force. Has no real force. So infanticide was an area they intervened, but no real impact. Now comes the second area in which they entered, but will take a lot of time to actually bring in a legislation, because they're from 1760s itself they will start to get conscious of this. Albuquerque had already done it in Portuguese settlements, but their act will come in 1829, which is quite late. For example, 100 years, close to 40-50 years will be there. Major hesitation. Now, what is sati? Sati is an unjustifiable, inhumane practice within Hinduistic society, in which the widow of a widow, which is the wife of the dead husband, is, and people who want to justify it will say, quote under quote, voluntarily burn herself on the funerary pyre of the husband, which is that she will just go and sit on the funerary pyre and will be burnt alive with the husband. Now, I don't know who you are. I don't know whatever it is. There is no justification for this action. Even if it is written in our scriptures, even if it is written anywhere, though it isn't, I don't care what is the justification for sati, because it is an unjustifiable barbaric act which can be done to anyone. Who did it? What was the propensity? Why did it? What did it? All answers are irrelevant because there is no justification for sati. There is no justification for sati itself. And if a person is justifying sati and trying to find reasons to justify it, then there is something really wrong with us in that sense. Because sati was never justified then, now, or even in ancient India. The simple point of the matter is, be it this, be it that, I don't care. I don't care what is the justification. It may be something very important. I don't care. If you are finding justifications, then you have a problem. Because whatever be the justification, no scripture says take a person, make him sit on the fire or the pyre and burn that person alive. This is unjustifiable, barbaric, literally barbaric act. Who introduced sati? I don't care. Why it was introduced? I don't care. Why was it practiced? I don't care. Whenever it was introduced, in what form it was introduced, the person who introduced it was really, really sick or had a mental problem. He had, or he most probably, yeah, he only, because it's only women who have to sit on the pyre, not the woman. Man will remarry. The woman has to sit, and that he had some major issue. If it is voluntary or involuntary, firstly, something like this is never voluntary. Societal pressure, again, I am not going to justify it only. I will not honor that question by making it is a sick question. Why, even if it is voluntary, you will let it happen. You will let it happen. So why are we having a conversation? Is it voluntary or involuntary? And if you really don't understand the concept, the basic point of the matter is that there's something called patriarchal, what is called indoctrination. The woman does not have an option, but I'm again not going to even honor that aspect because God is listening. I'm trying to justify a woman burning herself by saying that she wanted to do it. It is not justified. I'm trying to have this conversation with you because different people, different books will give a lot of zero. If you are finding a justification, I really don't care. I really don't care. Atharva Veda says, the Sam Veda says, the Rig Veda says, God comes and says that it is justified, still not justified. Because it cannot be justified at any level. You are literally burning a person and there is no justification for that. You're pushing me Atharva Veda clauses. I know I've read the Atharva Veda, but I don't care. If they were sick that point of time, we can't be the same. So in the examination, in the interview, at any level of the examination, don't be a fool to justify or try to give reasons why sati prevailed or why sati was there. You agree with me? Very good. We can agree to disagree, but ironically the story is women were burnt, no justification. Your justification may be whatever. One random book, one random text, one random person wrote something does not mean that you will burn a person. And if it actually applies to women, burn men. If the simple point is, if it is about eternal love, getting connected, this and that, then why did the men not do it? उनको भी जला दो, जला दो. नहीं, but नहीं, there will be hypocrisy. There will be hypocrisy. No, women has to do this eternal bond that she has to sit on the funerary pyre and then Atharva Veda says it. Then why can't we have the principle of equality? Burn men also. But that will not happen. Because men control society. Men know that it is dumb. The logic is dumb. So simple point, don't ever do the mistake of justifying something like this. Neither is child marriage justified, neither is not widow remarriage. The fact that you don't, widow remarriage is justified in the sense that you don't allow a widow to not marry is again not justified. So child marriage, again, whatever the logic, whatever be the prevailing concepts in India at this point of time, they have nothing. Child marriage is even more dangerous. This is the worst. That is also equally dangerous, whatever be the case. So I think we all can agree, and I can move on to the fact how was sati abolished. That be it a historian, be it a politician, be it the book itself, be it Vedas, be it Upanishads, be it Puranas. It is an unthinkable, worst form of barbaric act which can be performed by men or women or a society. Ironically, men and women both did it, and it is not justified at any level. Can you move on? Okay, perfect. So we all are on the same page with regards to this. I don't care what is the justification. It is wrong. Okay, perfect. Now, widow remarriage is a positive reform, obviously. Now, when it came to sati, see, sati is something which even Akbar, Jahangir, the Sikh rulers, Sikh gurus, the Marathas tried to curb. It was a prevalent practice since early medieval period. But the British were very cautious about what they need to do with regards to sati, because they were not very sure that is it a religious practice or not a religious practice. And basically, one man will literally convince the British that you abolish it, nothing will happen. And that one man, the father of Indian Renaissance, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, was able to convince, Bentinck was able to convince the British, you abolish it, it has no religious connotation or religious sanction. And this is the standard story of what we call as the early intervention or the intervention of the British itself, is that they're very, very cautious that what if the rebellion is going to happen. And sati is that intervention which took a lot of time. So, if you look at sati, 5th, 6th, 9th century concept of prevalent in all varnas, all castes, self-immolation of a widow along with the funeral pyre of her husband. 16th century onward itself, be it Akbar, be it Jahangir, be it Guru Amar Das, be it Ahilya Bai, very important Maratha chief, the Peshwas, king of Tanjore, Portuguese, Albuquerque, all tried to discourage this practice. The first major intervention of the British in this area is going to be in 1789 by the collector of Shabad, Brooke, to stop or disallow sati. Thereafter, 1795, Colebrook, he's a judge and the head of the Sadar Diwani Adalat. He also argued and demonstrated that the practice was not something which was sanctioned by the Vedas, so therefore we can intervene. But this period, 1890, and this period, all of this period, there's a hesitation. There's a hesitation. By 1797, the Midnapur district collector stopped the burning of a child widow. Even more horrific. In 1805, Wellesley conducted a court inquiry and found that sati was widely practiced, and any measure to abolish it would create dissatisfaction. And this is what Wellesley blunder will do, is that now the British for 20 years will have a fear. That maybe if we abolish sati, the whole society is going to come after us. Fear of rebellion. Now in 1818, Raja Ram Mohan Roy will now then start his campaign against sati. And by 1819 and 21, two judges of the Supreme Court pleaded that sati should be abolished. Once enough pressure will be created and Raja Ram Mohan Roy will succeed in his campaign, this issue will go to the Court of Directors and the Board of Control, rather the Board of Control. And the Board of Control will say that you can abolish it. It is something which is not justified. And therefore, once encouraged by the Court of Directors and the Board of Control both, the Board of Control, The practice will be banned by Bentinck in 1829, and it will be made a practice which is revolting to human nature, punishable by criminal offense, illegal, and all government servants and zamindars would be accountable if it happened in the area itself. Albuquerque does not matter to me. He's not a Britisher. He did what he did in Goa. For 10 kilometers he did it. Thereafter he didn't. He's not in Albuquerque is not in the story. He's a Goa, 40 kilometers he did it. Thereafter it's all British territory. Simple point of the matter is that the British will hesitate, and that hesitation is where our Indian reformers will come in, because the British did not want to touch the society too much. And as it is, in 1857 there will be a revolt. Thereafter the British will stop touching the social issues itself. They'll literally stop touching social issues because they will feel that that was the reason for the 1857 revolt. Now, the next intervention comes in slavery. Sati is clear, everybody? Clear. Same Colebrook, very important story. Colebrook is one person who wrote what is called the history of Gentoo law. Gentoo is the English pronunciation of Hindu law. He wrote the book on Hindu law, the history of Gentoo law. Sati, regulation enforced in all presidencies, but you again can understand one thing, that British control is still limited. Is very, very limited. So again, it will only happen in Madras, Bombay, Bengal, but still princely states, everywhere else it will still happen. Okay, now the next intervention is slavery. Slavery, if you remember, was a clause in the 1833 Act, but the Act did not do anything. The real act which actually abolished slavery in India was in 1843, not 1833. There was only a clause that they should discourage it. The real act comes in 1843. Now, why is this important? Because you need to understand one thing very clearly. Slavery in India was very different to slavery which existed across the world. Slavery in India was something which I will discuss with you, and I will teach you something linked to the Vedic period itself, which is called the Dasa Dasi tradition. It's literally Dasa Dasi tradition. And in India, it was like a debt-based slavery. If you can't pay off, work for me for free. So you pay off your debt via bigar, or what we call as the concept of slavery. In India, people used to do for ritualistic merit free work also. For example, you would have seen very, very wealthy men and women work in temples for free so as to get ritualistic merit. Slavery in India was a standard thing, that you ate in a restaurant, you didn't have the money, so they're making you wash the dishes. That is basically slavery in India. It's not a proper institutionalized concept. You pay off your debt, you automatically become free. Now, the other notion of slavery is much different. The other notion of slavery is much more different, which is called black slavery, which is how the English took from Africa slaves to America. Black slaves, black Africans, and there they were literally beaten up, killed. The concept of chattel, property-based slavery. The human was a property. So the slavery concept for the world was very different, for India was very different. And that is why the intervention into India was also late. So across the world, between 1492, which is the discovery of America by the Europeans, until 1813, slavery was legal, that you can buy and sell an African. Obviously, black slavery is worst of the worst. Very, very bad system. But in 1813, what will happen is that there will be rise of a person called William Wilberforce, an evangelical himself, who will say that slavery is not justified in the Bible, it is discrimination, it is wrong. In 1813, slave trade will be stopped between Africa and America and England. And in 1833, slavery will be fully outlawed. It will be outlawed that slavery is bad, not allowed. Though Americans, being Americans, still went with it. They fought over it in 1860. They will only abolish it in 1865. But in India, the law comes in 1843. But the British did not know what to do with that law. Because when you talk about slavery in India, it has different connotations. So, from region to region, different types of exploitation and slavery. Bombay, Calcutta, slaves were part of the trade because of the larger connection to the world. However, in Madras, there's a concept of predarial slavery, which is that you work for the land for free so as to restore its fertility, something which you do voluntarily. Arabs had brought in slaves into India. And a lot of people during famines were pushed into slavery. But this is not the slavery which the British actually think and what it is. It is a totally different concept itself. And when the Wilberforcian push will come through, British will look at slavery in India. Slave trade will be abolished all across the empire, all across the world in 1813-20 period. But the act which actually stopped slavery in India or made it a legal offense is 1843 Slavery Act. It said that sale of one person is banned and the buying and selling of slaves was considered a criminal offense, which is you can't buy and sell a person. Other than this, the British will just introduce a small act called Widow Remarriage Act after a lot of pressure. But the British will stay away. The British will stay away from the reformist agenda. But there's a second part to this story which I want to discuss with you. So early intervention, William Wilberforce is an evangelical British reformer, talks about badness of slavery. What do you need to learn out of it is that if I ask you, discuss the importance or significance of legislative intervention of the British in matters of reform. You can write that type of question. Basically, I'm asking you to talk about how the British intervened initially through legislative reform. This period is called legislative reform because 3 laws were introduced to change Indian society. The questions will not come from this area too much, but I have to do it with you. Rather the one which I'm now going to do with you. Can we pivot towards this now? Yes? Everybody is with me till this point. There is nothing, no issue. You're able to understand, you will be able to contextualize. You can create now a picture of colonialism of India and you can now understand how the British are using certain justifications to rule India in that sense. Okay. Now, basically, the British showed us a mirror. Why infanticide limited impact? Because the British does not control India itself. The British showed us a mirror and we saw an image in the mirror. But the British were not ready to change the reflection. They were not ready to fully change India itself. However, what they had produced in the background was an educated or what is called Western educated Indian who could see this image now. And he wanted to take up the mantle, the concept that I will change India and we will change India itself. So via the education policy and the repeated humiliation of the Indian civilization by the British, the Western educated Indians were now ready to take up the task to reform India, and that is called the socio-religious reform movement. So if somebody asks you why did the social-religious reform movement happen, the reason is very simple, because the British created a strata of Indians, the Western educated Indians, which were now ready to challenge the notion of the British about the issues in Indian society, and also had the understanding in how they could do it. Basically, the British, as much as they wanted, the utilitarians wanted a loyal section in the society, this whole Western educated elite concept is going to mostly backfire on the English, because these same Western educated Indians are going to become nationalists also, but right now they are going to be our reformists in the story. So when we talk about reformism in India, when we talk about the reasons, which is called Indian reformist concept, there is a interlocked set of reasons that produced it. First is the pessimistic attitude of the British and the Christian missionaries towards us. Western culture people wanted to oppose. There was a lot of critique which the British were creating. Therefore, this is what generates anger. This is what generates the motivation for reform. That basically the British ridiculed and made a mockery of Indian society. Why British started and led the reformists? They don't want good for India, right? Yes, they don't want good. So that is why they touch two things and they leave it. The basic point of the matter is that the British did not see, again, this is an unintended consequence. The British had to do something to show that they were doing something in India. You need to understand is that the British was still not doing this for the right reasons. They were literally helping the reformist agenda because they wanted to say that we are here for good. The way you give prasad to God just before the examination, the ulterior motive is something totally different. It is not that you really want or have become spiritual because you want to pass. Same way, the purpose here is totally different. The British supported the reformist agenda. The British supported all of this because they needed to create a drama that we are here to change India. But they did two dramas and thereafter they became too cautious. But the unintended consequence of this drama is that Indians became conscious of their own problems. Basic point is that we became now conscious of our own problems. So it's all politics. British never do anything without a motive. So this is, see, British, as I said, is all politically motivated. It's all politically motivated reform. But now we become conscious. We become conscious of our own evils. Somehow we needed to see this mirror. We can just say one thing, whatever be the unintended consequence, The British at least showed us this mirror, and we needed to see this mirror. And once people saw the image in the mirror, it was something which we needed to intervene into. So the Indian social religious reform movement is an unintended consequence of British rule in India. Understand this. The British start for superficial reasons, but it leads to a larger movement. They only wanted to show us the mirror, but we were ready to change ourselves also. This is the basic point. The impact of British rule was such that they gave us modern education, and that in turn gave us the educated middle class intelligentsia, which was now ready to intervene into this story. Simple point is not that these evils never existed in India. They were always there. But there was no one there to actually step up. So it's basically a bad intention, good consequence. Understand one thing, reformers don't drop from the sky. Indian social religious reform movement is not just a random day everybody wakes up and says sati abolish kar dete. That is not the case. It is all part of the larger concept that there is a image which the British created for us, and now we wanted to change that image. That we wanted to say you have one only moral justification, right? You have only one justification, that we are barbaric. Okay, we will change. Now you tell me what is our problem. Nobody was ready to change before this point. These reformers wanted to take away the moral justification away from the Britisher. You say we are problem, okay, we will change ourselves. Now you tell me why are you here? If this is your white man's burden, we take your burden away. This self-inflicted burden you've kept on your shoulder, we will take it away from you. It's all optics. It's all fooling the people that we are here for better, good and better this and that. They only intervene into areas where they think that there is something which they can do. Why didn't the British automatically ban child marriage? Because they know it would impact everyone in India. They knew that the people will literally put them on the same funerary pyre and burn them. So they only touch the places where they thought they could get away with it. Sati was so barbaric that there was no justification. Widow remarriage, the impulse is going to come from us. They will give us an act. Child marriage, we will literally say that please now ban it. Then they will ban it. After 1857, the British will not even take one social agenda. British needed to justify their rule. The justification is that you are barbaric. You see the image. We now chose to change that image so that the basic argument changes. Are you able to understand this concept, how it's a larger psychological drama which the British is doing? Right? Moral justification, you are barbaric. We said, okay, give us that image, we will change it. And that is the reformist, or what we call as social religious reform movement in that sense. Pessimistic agenda is that they wanted to not do anything. They were like, nothing can happen of India. We said, we'll change India. We'll change India. If they ask you the reasons for the social religious reform movement, you will be able to create this image in the answer. You will be able to talk about these interlocked concepts that basically the British created an image, very limited intervention, justified their rule via it. However, the British was able to create a educated middle class, which now took up the mantle, which now took up upon themselves to change that moral justification, to take away the moral justification of rule. Is this clear? The flowchart is in front of you only. Why should I make it again? Simple point is that this is the basic point. Are you able to understand this? Can we now go to a very important concept I need to discuss with you? This is a positive or negative approach. They had no positive nor negative. It was a political approach. Positive came out of it. Okay. Again, very simple, nothing here. British, now listen to me. Obviously, I'm not writing everything down. British created an image to justify Indian rule or their rule in India. They said this can never change. That is why the British are here. They do limited intervention to do drama. We say, okay, we'll take this image and we'll change it. And now Indians who are now created by the educated Western class or Western education will now take the mantle to change this image so that the moral justification goes away. So as to prove to the world that the British are only doing a drama. Are you getting my point now? Give advantages and disadvantages to the British. Give advantage and disadvantage to British means I am not getting it. It's a British moral justification which they take away. Can I move on? There is nothing here. It's a very simple point. Simple point. Right? Okay. Indian people don't know what is the drama. Indian people were not connected in a way that they could understand what was happening. These reformers will do that. Reformers will do that. Okay. Now a very important concept. White man's burden civilized the whole world. How America spreads democracy the same way they wanted to spread civilization. Okay. Now, the response to this was twofold. Response to this was twofold. All our socio-religious reformers are called two things. Monotheism means one God. We are a polytheistic society, multiple gods. One are called reformists and the other are called the revivalists. Now, can I tell you what is the difference between these two words? Now, please understand this. It's going to be an example which you can connect with and you will automatically understand. Your teacher tells you that there are certain problems in your way of learning. There are certain evils which you have developed in yourself. And there's a problem in you. Now there will be two types of people. One reformist, other revivalists. The first set of students will say, good, you pointed this out to me. Very good. Thank you for that. I can recognize that there are certain evils in me. So what I will do is that I will move on and reform myself. I will reform my technique and I will move on. I will look forward and I will rather reform myself. Yes, my method was a problem. In the original form also I have these issues. You have been able to point this out to me. I will reform and move forward. I will change myself. I will change myself for the better, and change both want. But here the argument is, I was originally also like this. I am originally like this right now also. And I will now change myself. Either I'll abandon my approach itself or I'll just introduce a new concept. I will revamp myself. So it's a attitudinal concept that I will revamp myself. I will totally rediscover myself. Understand this response to this question? But some of you will say the following. You will say that the problem is not in me. The problem is in you. You taught me wrong. You are the problem. I originally was a very good learner. You corrupted me. You corrupted me. All what you see today is a corruption of the original pure learner, the genius in me, and you have distorted me. So I will not reform myself. I will revive back my old form. I will revive my old form back. I will not reinvent, I will revive. Basically, if I say that you are not a good learner, you say, sir, I am not the problem. You are the problem. आपने सब गलत पढ़ाया. You are the one who taught me everything wrong. I was not the problem. My learning has always been best. You corrupted me. So what I will do is, I will remove you and I will go to the original form. Some of you will say, no, sir, I understand that you tell me that there's a problem in your learning. So what I will do is, I will take the good points and I will change myself totally and go for a better understanding, better version of myself. Are you understanding the difference between these 2 points? One is literally forward looking, the other is backward looking. Both want change. Reformist also want change. Revivalist also want change. But their way of putting it or way of changing is different. So I'll write it in technical words. No, I'm just giving you a hypothetical example. There's nothing personal here. Stop that. The simple point is, see, this is the best way you will ever understand, because students create a mess of reformism and revivalism for some reason. Now listen to me. Reformists argue that Hinduism or Islam or Sikhism or Parsi religion is inherently, is inherently flawed and has the social evils inbuilt into it, and therefore we need to reform the religion and change or remove the elements which are problematic. Now, second is, they argue that Hinduism, Islam, Parsi religion, which is Zoroastrianism technically, and Sikhism. Now you see how the argument changes. Are inherently superior and uncorrupted by the social evils. The social evils are additions and distortions which have happened over a period of time. Therefore, let us revive the true form of the religion. So reformists literally are looking forward and reviving looking back. I'm audible, I'm visible. I know. Wait. I know. I know. No issues. No issue. I know. Let me refresh. Now I'm better. I know. I have a preview there, don't worry. When I said backward, then I never came forward only. So I know. I said this and then did this, never came forward only. I know. Don't worry. So what I was saying was reformists literally look forward and revivalists look backward. The fact of the matter is they are the coin is the same, which is change. There are two sides to it. One say go back to original Vedas or go back to the original form of Hinduism. Some say no, have to move beyond what it is. Have to move beyond what it is. But the problem of India or Indian social justice reform is the reformists from time to time sound like revivalist only. And for example, the best example of this going to be Swami Vivekanand. Swami Vivekanand, he sits in between, which is that in certain things he will say that westernization, modernization is important. But in certain things he will say that certain rituals are also important. So basically, there's a clear-cut definition in the way we see them, but they do cross this border from time to time. There's not a watertight compartment. In revivalists, in reformists, there are a lot of reformists. Revivalism, there is only basically one major organization, which is Arya Samaj. Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Basically, reformist, you will have Raja Ram Mohan Roy, you will have K.C. Sen, Debendranath Tagore, but K.C. Sen himself will have a problem. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, Jyotiba Phule, but Phule goes into the other category itself, which is depressed class movement. Then you have Pandita Ramabai, you have Henry Derozio Vivian, you have Pratna Samaj. Whilst in the revivalist agenda, it is more or less Arya Samaj as the most important. Go back to the Vedas, the concept of going back. He literally said going back. But again, Dayanand Saraswati, the DAV schools are a testimony to reform. So are you able to see? We divide it into these two. The arguments are different, but there is interaction. Simple point is, nobody is good, nobody is bad. Both are important for Indian society, and both are part of the same concept. Change needs to come, and that change is about how you bring that change is the basic point. Target is the same, and basically they achieve their target also, but their path is different. So when we talk about reformists and revivalists, Brahmo Samaj, Pratna Samaj, Aligarh movement within Islam, and Arya Samaj and Deoband go into this category. But there is a very major problematic aspect, which is that though within Hinduistic reform, it is generally Arya Samaj, most of the Muslim reformist movements were revivalist than reformist. Except for Aligarh movement, Deoband, or be it the other ones, all of them go into revivalist only. But the beauty of Muslim reformists, or what a Muslim revivalist was, and I'm trying to just give you a basic picture here. They said that the problem is that Islam got corrupted. And they said that the reason for that corruption is the British. And that is why the revivalists go literally after the British. Literally after the British. And that is why the concept of sedition which came in India, was because of the Muslim revivalists. Muslim revivalists in their newspapers now started to write literally that the British are the problem, remove them. British are the problem, remove them. British are the problem, remove them. Then comes the concept of sedition, that you can't be enticing people against the state. And we'll discuss this concept, the Devband movement and all, we'll discuss that. But I hope reformist, revivalist is clear. The difference between the two. If they ask you the question, I hope you'll be able to answer this point. Clear? So they did it for good. All good, do good only. See, please, I want you to understand one thing. A task of a historian is to recreate and retell the story, not to judge the story. So you also need to be like this. There is no good and bad. Both are good. Both are important. Both have their own understanding. The reformists are also trying to reach to a certain point. The revivalists are also trying to reach to a certain point. The path may be different, but the point is the same, which is the reformist concept. Now, the last thing which I want to discuss with you is a very important concept. Then we'll break for today, which is 8:30. Can I discuss a very interesting, important? We'll discuss. See, tomorrow we'll start with Raja Ram Mohan Roy. We'll discuss all reformists, all revivalists, and everything. But I'm telling you one thing very, very clearly. Tomorrow, keep coffee and tea ready with you. You will not judge history by tomorrow's class, and you will not technically, it's heavy, I know that very, very well. There will be facts, I will tell you what to learn, but 2 classes are going to be now heavy. This one, the next one, which is social justice reform, and then peasant and tribal. These 2 classes, you just have to hold hands together. We have to cross this, and once thereafter, there is no pain. There is no pain. But 2 classes, it will be factual. I always try to teach you something. There is concepts. But when there are facts, I can tell you what to learn, but my intervention goes down. And that is where there's a disconnect which comes through, and that is what I'm telling you. Don't start to bog down. Don't start to bog down. It's an important area because prelims questions are coming from this area, but very rarely also within 5 years, 2-3 times. But Tuesday, Wednesday, we will do social justice reform movement and peasant and tribal movement, little bit descriptive. So, and from 1857, you will start to enjoy. From Thursday onwards, you will start to literally go to a next level altogether with modern India. Because I have to tell you about a lot of stories with regards to Sati Chaura Ghat, Bibi Ghar, 1857. Technically, I'm a specialist. 6 months I've done a paper on 1857. So, 2 classes. Promise me, you will just bear with me. You will bear with me. You will sit there with your head held high, knowing that that thing is going to come from this area. Right? Very good. Perfect. We will discuss who is a reformist. Syed Ahmad Khan is a reformist. Everyone else is revivalist. Okay. Both want to, yes, both challenge caste system, both challenge Varna system, both challenge gender discrimination. It's not like that the revivalists say that let us keep caste. No. DAV, Dayanand, Anglo-Vedic, and even Arya Samaj totally destroys the caste system. Yeah, I will tell you the trick to learn it also. You just need to make a simple box in your register, and your work will be done with regards to social justice reform movement. If you can create that box, and you can also create that box for peasant, tribal. In tribal, I made it for you itself. For peasant, if you can do it, you will easily be able to survive that area. That is for sure. Not even survive. See, I am already making you brace for it, which is that I know that these two modules are heavy. It's not that I'm going to say ratify everything, right? Okay. Now, it has a lot of facts. Obviously, it has a lot of facts. It is factual. This is a factual area. Large factual area in that sense. Okay. Hindus were, there are, see, listen to me. There are reformist revivalists in both Hindu, in Muslim, in Sikh, and in what we call as Parsi Zoroastrianism. It's not that Hindus are reformists and Muslims are revivalists. Don't fall into the British trap. The basic point of the matter is this division is there in everyone. There is everyone. Can I discuss a small, very simple topic with you? 1857, very, very important. And thereafter, more than that, UPSC has very specifically mentioned Indian national movement in the prelim syllabus. So whatever is after 1857 is actually what UPSC focuses on. Okay. Now, last thing which I want to discuss. Motivations are the same, paths are different, both the challenge everything. We'll see it tomorrow. The most unfortunate part of the whole social justice reform movement, be it reformist, revivalist, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, everybody. And this is one of the limitations of our social justice reform, is that as much as there was this whole discourse around change, women became the site for change, but were never made a part of that process. There's a very interesting article, a very interesting historian called Lata Mani, and she argues that women were the site of change. Infanticide, sati, the concept of widow remarriage, the concept of child marriage, the concept of forticide. They were the site of change. We need to change women. But the most unfortunate part is that the whole story, you will have three women who actually became a process of it. Basically, women were the part of the change, but never became the process of the change. Basically, women reformers are extremely rare. And that too, they are the, for example, Ramabai Ranade was the wife of Pandit M.G. Ranade. So the ironic part of the story is that women were the site of change, but never the part of change. I'll give you a very simple example. For example, in America recently, you would have heard something called Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade got cancelled, right? Roe v. Wade is something related to abortions in America. Now, the ironic part of that story is that who gets abortions? Women. Who does it impact? Women. Who should be the stakeholder? Women. But the decision on abortion was taken by a panel on which there were 9 men and 1 woman. Same way, women were the agenda in India, but they were never made a part of the process to change. What do you want? I know that you do not need child marriage, but nobody asked the woman, what do you want? Do you want to be part of this process? Would you like to be a reformer? No. They were like, a man knows you what you want. And this is a very ironical part of the social justice reform movement, that women were the site of change. I'll write it down for you. You can use it in the essay paper also. Women were the site Site means the agenda of socio-religious reform, but were never made a part of the process of change. Are you getting my point? Are you able to understand this paradox, this dialectics, this dvand? Are you able to understand it? That why it is so ironical? It's not about, see, Prashant, if you say that they were not in the status of doing it, then first change the status. First change the status. This is the ironical part of the story. That everybody is going to talk about women. But women were never part of the decision-making process. Can we also agree to this? And still that is true. Still that is true. Right? Okay. If you agree with me, enough for today. Thank you so much. If you don't have a question, I hope that you were able to understand the constitutional development. That is the most important part. Tomorrow we start reformist, revivalist, all religions. We will discuss systematically. I will give you in between 5 minutes break so that you can breathe. And we will conquer these two areas today, tomorrow and day after, and then go into everything else. Done? Perfect. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. I hope that now you are becoming more and more comfortable with modern India. It starts with advent of Europeans, which becomes a little bit heavy. But as you go on, it will become more and more interesting. That is what I know, and that is what is going to happen. Okay. Firstly, histories people have a lot of fear with. I hope that I can remove that fear. That you don't look at history, that I have to study history. At least you understand it. Okay. We'll talk about Rakmabai, we'll talk about Pandita Ramabai, we'll talk about Ramabai Ranade, we'll talk about Savitribai Phule, we'll talk about these things. Okay. Yuvraj, you will not find these things in Bipin Chandra. Because Bipin Chandra was an NCRT. They can't talk about these things. Okay, thank you. If you don't have a question, thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow, same time, 5 o'clock. See you. Shaimil, that question, deindustrialization was intricately linked to commercialization of agriculture. It's technically asking you, how does land revenue settlement lead to commercialization, lead to deindustrialization? The question is worded difficult, but we discussed it in class, standard concept. PPTs are enough? Yes, why not? Yes, Shaikh. Sagar, you missed 1 and 8. Don't worry, you will get a chance to repeat it later with me for sure. This course repeats itself six times. Well, Akanksha, I hope that now you can remove the word icon in front of that person, because if he's justifying something like that, he's just like everyone else. Okay. Well, Satya, thank you for that. I'm here. Don't worry about that. Who is William Carey? A British officer. First and fourth lecture, again, as I said, Rohit, you can, once this will repeat itself either in morning, evening or weekend, you will do it again. Don't worry about it. Vishwadit, I was not there at that point of time. That's the basic point. That is why I'm not in the tablet. I joined two and a half years back. So that's why. I was in Delhi University at that point of time, teaching in Hindu. Okay. We'll talk about child marriage. What is brief about child marriage? A child is married to a child. Child marriage. No justification, nothing at all. They wanted to revive the true form of religion, which was not corrupted by social evils. Okay, perfect. See you. Take care. Bye-bye. You can, Sagar will get, if that was the case, you should have refreshed. There is an option for correct voice. You can do that. Opposition to Western culture is related to the fact that Westernization is also destroying Indian culture. That was the problem. We'll do that XY. Don't worry about that. Whenever you look at your year-long timetable, you already know when the classes will repeat themselves. You should send your subjective answers to islive@byju's.com. If you will send it to me directly, I will not be able to put it into the structure or the process of getting it checked, because there is a whole structure which is there. It will come to me eventually, but first it has to go to islive@byju's.com. Okay. See you. Take care. Bye-bye.